Yo everyone! Are you ready to help me get some of the raids unlocked that I totally didn't forget to get unlocked? Never. Not happening. I don't forget these things. Nope, nope, nope. Never unlock. Never, ever, ever, ever. That doesn't happen to me. Not once. Nope, nope. Not my kind of thing, right? That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. We got a new puppy picture, guys. Look, the precious little baby girl is over there. She's pouting. Oh. Is that the Uno question mark? I'm tempted to turn that off. Let me see. I'm just gonna turn that off. It should go away here shortly. Right? She is. She's a sweetheart. She's my sweetheart. I love my precious puppy. The problem is, with her, is that if we don't get her going first thing in the morning, she starts pouting and whining. She has to head out the door immediately to go to a place. Yep. Actually, I can say it. She likes going to the park. Yes, she is. Very much. We appreciate that because it gets us up and going in the morning, but at the same point, it's annoying. I'm tempted to do Ivalice first. I really am. But I also kind of want to do Omega, but I think if I did Omega, I have a few people in chat who'd want to go with me. I know one of the Ivalice raids, a certain mod of mine will want to be here for. Did I did get that one. I did not get that one. You're good. No worries. I'll unlock those in a second. First off, before I get too far ahead, gotta double check the classes. I think Paladin I want to be able to use to unlock because that's a boatload of XP, but that was supposed to be a jump. Don't not jump. God damn it. Love it! Aha. That was an easy one. K10 knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Welcome, my lady. There is a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. And here she is, the liberator of both Doma and Alamigo in the flesh. I am Lena Urila, correspondent of the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. No, I'm here because actually it's best you heard it from Olma. I am but an observer. Olma, come! I found her! Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You're his only hope. It's all right, Olma. You are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theater barge has a berth at the airship landing. MJam! Hey, you! I love that. Dorks unite. As I said before, I think it's better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here, it's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate God Minagumo. Oh, nice. A very underused OST from Tactics. It was... Oh, nice! Well, I mean, this is kind of like Tactics 13 and 12, if I remember correctly. Or is it 13 and something else? Gate God Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you in future. Speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the dock. just going in this time, you know. Thank you for coming, Lonnie. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Guardian one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. Why do I not remember this trip over? I feel like I missed something. It's Bahamut. Right? I'll give you a few seconds, Ray. How are you? Welcome in. It's a Ray! You have a few seconds because ad breaks. Uh-oh. Work driving you nuts? Or is... Yeah, that's usually the thing. I mean, other things can, but work, usually. Ooh, I'm sorry. Hugs. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theater Company. You can keep the duck in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Ask anyone and they will readily attest the Majestic Imperial Theater Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the three great continents and beyond. 1 second. Sorry about that. My dad was calling and he's a major football fan, so I reset his ringtone. I will be right back. I'll be right back, guys. You are not wrong, Ray. You are not wrong. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts, who supported various theater tropes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic players that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now all theater tropes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they're never heard from again. The policy has effectively left playwrights with one of two options: compromise their creative integrity and curry favor with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. Principal of the Majestic, however, chose a third option, to express his disapproval for the new emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bath Lexentale, daughter of Principal Genomus Sen Lexentale. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? Oh, on the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censor's attention. But beneath it is something quite different, a fact that the censor failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned classes appreciate its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late, no longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault. They took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here, right? Allow me, Lena. Sid! The other Sid. I've known Genomus since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. It's okay, Sid. Genomus and I were from different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troupe was to be his path into people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Genomus never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bonds and borders, man-made wars and misguided wars. It is in such times of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the sky so others might do the same. What I am trying to say, rather poorly, I concede. Garlando! Good one, Ray. Good one, Ray. And he's been called the god of Magitech. I love it. I love it. Is not that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those, like Alma's father and myself, whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegan or Dolmen who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eosian adventurers do you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father? And in Garlean territory, no less. But you are different. You have seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I like that second one. I mean, I'm picking the first one because that's who she is. I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. Although that is also pointed a little bit, but I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy away from adventure. Actually, that also kind of works now that I think about it. 1 or 2, guys. What do you think? First one? Nice. That's fine. I can never turn my back on the damsel in distress. Right? Or, I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. You're good. I can never turn my back on a damsel in distress. Alma kind of reminds me of Reen, with the way she holds herself. Am I the only one who kind of sees that? She really does. She kind of reminds me of Reen. Especially with that hunched over, hands close to her chest, in fists. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Please follow me. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Genomus simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose story went largely unnoticed, and without whom Dalita would never have risen to the throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave. Actually, I moved her to Sarg. I finally did it. I moved her to Sarg. I left the free company that I was a part of and joined Sarg. Yes. A second hero? According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced with the two to part ways. Yet the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the Pauper's rise to regent. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Genomus becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as the Academy days, Ivalice had Genomus firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Oma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nagshia, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Poor Dalmasca, the kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes and crystals unlike any others. Orosite. My father called them orosite, and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12, it's magnificent! Evolution legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather orosite that young Dalita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was, a tale. My father would often tell us how orosite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that this was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, who are these people? I told you I did not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders.
So good to see you to... Good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce. Enough, Master Sid. We may be shunned by the Empire, but we are still Gallians, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without proving guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As for my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for her character. In all the time I've known her, she has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color her judgment. You are lucky to have her. But we would have you, Master Garland. Why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomus to his fate. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanasta, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. My brother's last expedition met tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire returned to Rabanasta into a death trap. You were a fool to step foot there without proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital?
Oh no! Can you go to another ether world?
My father's fascination with Ivalice legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me, I need some time to think. Then, Olmo, I shall leave you and your brother in Atlani's capable hands. She has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant her yours. Thank you, Master Garland.
There you go.
We will not forget this kindness.
If nothing else, I can invite you into a Oh? Oh no! If you can get into any city, I can invite you into a party really quick. Or any, Ether home. The downside of Ether being a raiding server. Or data center. Master Goblin seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold my judgment until after Damasca. Oh no! It's almost... It is the weekend. I might have to hop over to a different world. Damn it. Before I continue this. Ow. And the raid tier just dropped this week, so of course people are going at it hard. We'll go Goblin. I can be there. That way it's easier on you. still gonna be a traveler, but you know. Wording on my behalf, right? Oh, yawn. Right. Cute fun boy. Newt Stampede, oh my god. Banana. Can't do Eureka yet. Don't know if I want to on this character. Like, there's gotta be a way up top. In theory. Damaska is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory its location. Memory the location of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight, the currents above Damaska are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold. All ahead. Woo! Quest accepted. We'll complete our descent into Rabanasta in the shuttle. Ronza?
I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital is simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Come, we are wasting time. The more and more I watch this, the more and more I think she's just like Reen. She's like Reen's an original copy. The source shard for Reen. Right. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called desert sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Acilia, capital of Ivalice? But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Pah! Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat of and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. Yes, yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Can somebody kick that kid in the head? You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us. Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool, do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call her warrior of light. Right. Okay, who all wants to join for Royal City of Rabanasta? Is that you, Ray? Scarlet? Uh-oh. I know that's not me.
Okay. You're good, no worries. Yes, yum yum. Been there, done that. You have somebody doing some loud engine revving, and Gemma doesn't like loud noises. Huh, babies? Huh, babies? You're okay. So now she's down here hiding. You're alright. You wanna come here? Well, come here. Wanna get under? Wanna go under the desk? You're fine. If you don't want to, you're fine. I feel like I just want to kick Ramza in the head in the beginning here. Arrogant little punk. I feel like I feel like half the time when it comes to White Orsite, our character should want to chuck it. Like, seriously. We're using it to capture Asians. It's been used to control people's minds. We're done with it. Toss it. It has one good use. We can use it to stop Asians from their machinations. But after that, nope, it's done. Get rid of it. Right? Also, might I point out that every time Ultima comes up, it's a bad thing. The original Star Scourge, right? Like, here in 14, you're talking about Ultima, there's the spell that destroys everything. There's the Seraph that broke people's minds ow, and controlled people. Whether it's ancient or not. And then you go into 16 and Ultima's trying to destroy the world. And based off of this alone, I would say that Ultima, in everything dealing with Ivalice, was trying to destroy everything. It's just like, Ultima's a bad thing. I don't want to hear about it anymore. Warrior of Light, Ultima appeared. Well, morals up sleeves, let's get going. That's true. Everything's fine. We got this. Also, I love how there's the Seraph that's the good thing for the Scholar, and then there's the Seraph that's Ultima. Wait a minute. The Seraph that's Ultima wants to have everybody turn to her as a deity of some sort. Hello? Right? Come on, Q, we got this. Right? I gotta work on something else now. While I'm waiting. Wait, what the heck? Why did you break? Right? Hey, third string, welcome in! I want to get a better weapon for this glam, but I don't know what I want. While I'm waiting, since Kugat, this is going to be a minute of a queue. I'll go Star Citizen third string. That one actually almost works the best. That doesn't quite work. Cane of the Goddess. No. I would think so. That's the one I have on. That one actually kind of works too. Oh, that's pretty. That looks like a remake of the other one. It has a little glow on it. That's cute. Wait, what? No. That would work, but no. Oh, that almost works. Ooh, I kind of like that. What do you think, guys? It is. Haha, and it's within my range. I have a bunch of skill on me. Done. And I have the die. Itchy eye. Hokkaido in. I can't wait until I can get my Dragoon high enough. That's one I kind of need to work on. Wait, how do I have two of those? I don't need two of the same thing. I love how I did that for Black Mage, guys. Alright. Our level red mage. But for right now, we're doing samurai. Of course I went to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'd almost be tempted... Just as I was about to say it, I was almost tempted to re-queue so as a white mage, just so we can get the Q to pop. But never mind! Right? No, no red checkermos. I don't want it. No! Royal City of Rabanasa. Oh, I love Jade Griffin's outfit. It's so cute. Oh, and Scylla. Yes. No! That was dumb. Yeah, Shadow, how are you? No longer a Seep. Seeps need to go away. Oh my god, we did mechanics. Who'd have thunk? Mechanics can get done. Ow. Oh, that was almost the death of me. One sec, guys. Food call. Alright, I'm back. Hey, I missed the chocobo. I'm down for that. And I took no damage. I didn't have to worry about the chocobo. Haha. No choco meteor for me. Ah. Run! 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 I don't want to die, good god. No, you don't, asshole. God, those would look way better with this. Totally not eating Papa Murphy's pizza while I'm trying to game. Food. You're a good tank. Eh. Cute little Reaper, but eh. Ah, I like our Bard. I should have landed on the side there. Okay. Uh-huh. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. I mean, that would be my kind of bath, is a water slide. My favorite kind. That'd be a fun kind. He would hate it here. BS, I was not that close. I don't like that number. Oh, that's a nifty trick. I will remember this for next time. I didn't even know you could do that. Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. I saw Nagi do it a couple times. I'm like, is that really a thing? Apparently. Not that I doubted Nagi, but it was just one of those, I never thought about doing that for that particular mechanic. Oh, you ass! This is gonna hurt. Let me move! Let me move! No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay. Ow. Hat. Thank you, whoever rescued me. Safe.
dares disturb the slumber of Unlock rightful king of Ivalice. Descendants of House Beowulf? Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
One of those I could have needed for, but it'd be glam purposes or...
It is to be a fight then. I am only too happy to oblige.
Make it fun for me. Eh? Oh wait,
Like sheep before the wolf.
wrong fight. Oh Jesus! No, 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 no! Well, I'll take that. Oh God, I'll take that.
I am Revelation! You will be judged. Kneel
Right?
in the tent.
No. Ah, corner. Oh, that black mage. That black mage.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Ha, I'm out of that.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare?
Maggots!
You do not
Not
belong in my
world.
Step
Jump
into
into nothing.
I am
Is
the
the
lies
lies
upon which you sup.
I can keep moving,
You will be
so we're good.
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Ha-ha!
You are but blood to stain the circle.
I did the thing correctly.
I am Revelation!
I am righteousness.
You will be judged.
And righteousness will prevail.
I am Revelation!
I can't unhear Valkyrie right now. I misheard that, or I thought of it once, and it's not going away anytime
You will
soon.
be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Man! I made it.
is the dog who bares his teeth before his master.
Na 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 na.
Temporalize the cattle.
Yo yo, we did it.
Where am I? This body. It is not my own. Oh gods, what have I done? Save me, Ramza! Save me!
Someone go over there and smash it. Seriously, we should be paranoid. Crunchy rock candy. Damn. Hey, I got a player comm. Smash it! Nice!
Where am I? Father! Ramza and the Warrior of Light? Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. Poor playwright I must seem. The term you are looking for is thank you, upon which note I, Bagaman, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the ore site unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red, and be quick. Gijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one, she will bring it to me.
Right.
Yes, this is it, the Duma.
Wait, why do I recognize that symbol?
And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma. Enough, Bwagi. We would not have our guests think us underbred. You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. Of course, Banga is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though. Father! only yourselves to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you could always blame the gods, not that they are listening. Bwahahahaha! Aww. Get up, fool, we're leaving. He's hanging on by this. You're going to be alright.
Yeah, they are.
We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. Genomus remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I do hope you don't mind.
Not at all. This is his friend after all.
Alma, Ramza, can you forgive me?
Can you ever forgive me? I can read. Yeah, kind of.
I knew, Sid. It was never my intention to put you in such trouble. I'm ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Genomus. Besides, it was Lonnie here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's her. He is right. I have not done naught to deserve your kindness. Yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. So if I understand correctly, you're saying oversight does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Isael and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it in before returning to its host body? If that is the case, our Charlian allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Herol, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave. But as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from the subsequent retelling of the story. Brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, To prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend. I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. But I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Keep getting called away. Hopefully that was the last time. I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth. I've named my own children after these lost players. Thank you. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Sid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me as Genomus Sen Lexentale, yet that is but my stage name. My true name is Arazolma, Arazolm Countless generations past, it was my ancestors who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during the turbulent era. You are tired, father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Oran Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Oran found himself in the service of the Papa become king. Following the War of the Lion, Oran believed that the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic and had him burned at the stake. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in the church vaults. The truth about Ivalice along with them. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicles, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genomus, but how do you expect to convince people of all of this when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would, of course, have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The dry papers you see are written in High Evolution, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Bonga bounty hunters. I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. And we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. We still have the transcript, as well as some few translated pages, and of course my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth if it is the last thing I do. Is as Master Garland said. He is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe, please. Aura sight glows. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists. At least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy away from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Lonnie, then I am in. If you're not in, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. Oh, I'm in. You can count on that. Time for my hated one. We have Math Boss coming up. And Lonnie, where in the world have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentale's research into the Aura site may finally have borne fruit. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. Atlani, Lady Murila, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlian, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Ishtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. I am Mikoto of House Jinba at Dolmen. Though my years in Shalian have made me a stranger here, you must be Atlani Suki, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller.
Mikoto's so pretty.
Let us speak of the crystal.
The Otius, one of but many Orosite shards that aided noble Delita's rise to regent.
My apologies. The Octis,
I don't know how to say that.
is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance.
Sorry guys, I'm keeping my water.
Oh, the specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally expected energies. It is rather an ethereal lodestone
Yes, hydrate.
whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequencies and RR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinate factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimates place the rate of the VRT decay at upwards of several centuries. Though I must admit I lack sufficient variates to complete a truly comprehensive geographical assessment.
English! While the explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again, this time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend.
My apologies, I merely thought.
Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will.
Simpler, right. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only emit elemental energies, aurosite is to not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release.
Try again.
Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the aurosite and stored until fermentation, at which time desire becomes manifest. Abomination? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the OTS takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Ah, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of a summoning a primal. There being one marked difference, primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Oracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the Oracite in his possession making him realize his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible that it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the Oracite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The Oracite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination Lonnie put to the sword. Lonnie and a few others, but yes. Then you are saying the crystal could prove a threat? The Oracite, Alma, and not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the Oracite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was the Emperor Galvus. It was Emperor Galvus's justification for taking the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. For, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. That they were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Mikoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with August's deepest desire, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? Had the selfsame question, thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes the vessel was empty. Empty, but what of the voices I heard? Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. So why won't you? Shall we speak of voices then? What of yours, Alma, our resonant voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve the gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Please tell me you can see that. It's a Moogle! It's a Moogle! The Moogles! They're all looking over here. Ramza! Stop being an ass. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troop's ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Gods, get this. Mont Blanc. The name is Mont Blanc. Denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventure extraordinaire. But you may call me Mont Blanc, Kupo. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot of myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, Banga, and the Viera might live in relative harmony with Hyur, Elazin, and the others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Moogle population. There shouldn't be. Most likely because we're neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. Moogle? Of course I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think that the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now, about my admission to the Majestic. I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theater company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering full ball of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Yes, they are. He is, but he also needs to be punched. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? No, Father. Very well then, Mont Blanc. What is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage. What else? The Zodiac Brave, Kupo! Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving! Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental. Kupo, it was then that I realized I either had to be a part of it or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Mugle? Mugle! Was this revelation before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Kupo? Another Moogle. Hurdy, how did you... Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Kupo. Mugle with a beagle. Oh my god. Forevermore, these will be Mugles. Just these two, though, right? Just these two are Mugles. Was it not but 2 nights ago you took up the axe, Kupo? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember? To he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread. How is one to savor said buttered bread if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accused me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Kupo. And that destination is what? Mummer? Are you sure it is not Geomancer, Arithmetician, Templar? Do not bother answering, Kupo. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. This is where you are mistaken, Hurdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me. Made for me, Kupo! Kupo, enough! Such language. The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institution. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. Come what now? Right? They represent, but across the entire world. I already read that. A vagrant bat mole like you can never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theater critics? Any troop would need proof of valor before it could even consider. Craven! Call me a cheat, and call me a cur, but do not, sir, call me a craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by my own hand, and the majestic theater company will accept me into its ranks, Kupo. Wait, I issue no such. You are all here witnesses, Kupo. When I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands, you will be honor-bound to welcome me, Mont Blanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the majestic. Good day. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that bat mole wishes to throw himself on the horns of a stampeding Zoe, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is molebat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example? Mont Blanc would never have set foot on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands! Atlani, you're the only one among us capable of locating Mont Blanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance.
Can I drag Ramza with me by the ear?
Please?
Please, let me.
My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters, thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and her companions. Mont Blanc would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastre, if I am not mistaken.
Stretch. I knew what you meant.
Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister and the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse. The things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. But I suppose it is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding the Moogle before he does something we'll all regret. Let's say we start nearby pier number 2, perhaps?
Come here, you little prick. You're coming with. You're the one who said it. Right? In my head, I see both Lonnie and Sierra, my main, just like grabbing him by the ear and saying, "You're coming with." And dragging him out. And glaring at anybody who decides to try and stop her.
The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yangxia, not a Bell Pass. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur, purple bat wings. Mont Blanc! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route to Damaska is via the One River. It was western tributaries. If Mont Blanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin.
No, it's not that far. I have one area left here in Stormblood to go get flying in. That's the Azim Step.
The fog.
The fog.
I know. The fog even looks so gorgeous right now. The upgrade here is amazing. Why do I have to face red chugabos?
Of all the things to have to face.
No, I don't want Choco Meteor. God damn it. I feel like I'm in Bajda right now.
You don't have to.
The thought counts, though. It does. Mont Blanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He has been worried sick. Both Purdy and Ramsay were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flopping, foppish failure. I can't even right now. No! No Choco Meteor! How can I play the part of the hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Mont Blanc. Not everyone can be a hero, not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Atlani here was alone when she liberated Alamigo? You're never alone on the battlefield. Never alone? So you're saying you'll always be there for me? For Mont Blanc? I think she was speaking metaphorically. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved and Mont Blanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Hello, Alex. I like that blue mage outfit. That's cool. I feel like I need to change mine. I'm working on unlocking Ivalice. Hi, baby girl. Hi, baby girl. Yeah, we're on Crystal Goblin. Because apparently Sarg is stuffed right now. Which actually makes sense. Okay, back to the Prima Vista. And I didn't even level from that. That's bullshit. Bullshit! Uh-oh. I'm promoting you briefly, Ray, so that when Alex gets here, you can invite him. While I go finish unlocking Reader on a Lighthouse. Oh no. Is this a good thing? Maybe. Don't let the power go to your head. I made a mistake, guys. I crunched pizza in front of my dog. I got stared at. Yes, she does want it. Please, the ship is a place of peace. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. When the cat's away... Put the damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters. We have no quarrel with you and yours, or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagaman. And why should we help you? You seek our help, you who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all. Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say. As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrendered our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith. This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we have learned about the Orocytes. You're saying the crystal did something to our captain? After being emptied of Argos' will, the Duma sought that another to sate its appetite for ether. You're saying the crystal ate our captain? Kind of. Oh, really? Not his body, no, only his soul.
That's not exactly better, Mikoto.
His soul? Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it that he longed for above all else in the world? Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. Ramza, shut your goddamn mouth. First molebats, now lizards. This one's First molebats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison.
Let me stare him down.
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better. Your failings? 30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake and sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbina. Nalbina fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. The fall of the Fourth Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. Bagman was our captain, and once it was clear that the day would not be ours, Prince Wrestler, commander of the garrison at Nalbina, tasked him with one final mission. Our unit was to escort His Highness's sister, the Princess Ashlia, away from the fortress and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned. I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where Gramasta waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her to survive for as long as even a single Damascus stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been us who survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory and brought shame upon our race. So yes, we are not but cold-blooded lizards, deserving of whatever scorn you denied to heap upon us. I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. The darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagman is little different from that which drove Argaf, the selfsame emotions that were to nourish the Duma. Stop speaking in riddles, Charlian. She is saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather, more of one. Garlean lies! What they say is true. If we do not find Bagman, the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all? Wait, look at this. Something has been added to the final page of my journal. Then the captain must have put it there. He only had access to it until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is. Is this Dalmascan? Indeed, it is. It says Rita Rana. The lighthouse? Why would he write that? And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Volnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Riderana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned.
Can I go jumping in there? I'll come back.
Must admit, knowing little of Rita Rana.
Right. And I will gladly put him to the sword. So, I had a thought the other night, and kind of this morning. Sidetrack here, guys. Seriously, because you brought that up. What if we had an Odin versus Odin fight? Like 14's Odin versus Barnabas's? I would love to see a game like that. Like, you put, like, varying different versions of the Final Fantasy icons, summons, eidolons, whatever you want to call them. I think he would, too. But you know what I mean. You take all these summons and stuff like that. That would be so awesome. I would love that. Ifrit versus Ifrit versus Ifrit versus all the Ifrits. Like, you could change the look to whichever version you want. I know what Shiva I would go for. Although, I do like 16s. That is pretty. But personally, I have always been a fan of 7s. Always been a fan of 7s Shiva. 10 kind of comes close. 8, eh. But I was just thinking of that. Like, that would be epic. I would love that. It's Final Fantasy Battle Royale, but it's all the summons. I haven't seen... Oh, yeah, I have. I've beaten that Titan. Yeah, you're not wrong. "16 is close, though, once he ate the Mother Crystal. Kupka got pretty huge there for a second. To be fair, I think the Phoenix from 14 would beat 16. But not by any failing of Joshua's. I just think Louisoix had an upper hand. And I would be kind of torn between 16 versus 14's Bahamut. Right, you're not wrong. Gilgamesh doesn't change. It's just him. Then again, not really, because it's a split, because in 14, Greg is both Gilgamesh and Yojimbo. So, like, if you put Yojimbo versus Gilgamesh... And I only... Is there more than more than 2 animas? Because I know the one from here and the one from 10. Ravana's by himself because he's a solo. It would be dirty for Gilgamesh. Depends on how much effort he decided to put that in there. I mean, like, it'd be dependent on how much Gil you decided to pay up. There's 2 anima that I know of. The one from 14 and then the one from 10. I think that's it. I mean, that's fair. But I mean, you know what I mean. That would be so awesome to have them all, like, duke it out. Yeah, it would. Nice. I must admit to knowing little of Rita Rana, save that which Lady Mikoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Our studies reveal that Rita Rana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse once manned by the Royal Damascus Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the cataract's current. I stress, once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Pharaoh Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in its absence of its caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all this ties in with Ivalice and legend. Cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of Rita Rana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsabarian history with our translation of the Durai papers. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Rita Rana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Ramza's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if at the time of Delit's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. You know, I know he gets a change of heart by the end of it and everything, but I seriously kind of picture one of these warriors of light, especially those that pride themselves on being carers for others, like just dragging Ramza along with them so he can get a personality check. Right? Like, dude, everything you say is practically poison. The reader on a right. The reader on a lighthouse lies far from civilization. You would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared, of course. Reader on a lighthouse. Giant ass cog. You're home. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best we split our fellowship into two parties, one to delve into the tower's depths, and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition subleader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Right? I love steampunk and Edwardian look. Right? I want to get this avatar some steampunk gear one day. Once I get more money. Damn it, brother. Where are you? Give her that typical steampunk hat with the Edwardian look, but with the goggles sitting on top of it. On the brim. I think that's part of the reason why I like the Neo-Ishgardian look. This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign. Wait, is this one of those places you can find the shoe bill? Somewhere? I know that there was more than one area before you reached.
found him? Let me see. He needs our help. Prince Rustler, Princess Ashlia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. I could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Bagman, wait! Traitors, have you no pride you treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland? You're mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help. I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess? The Duma.
It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see.
Witch murderess! Gunfire? Bagman!
Right.
So this is the end. Recite the words, satisfy thy covenant, relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother! Look at me! And sword etch he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet! In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You cannot leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed. That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no.
Right. Right.
Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? is as we feared. Bogman's soul is lost.
Oh, really? It's all a plan of action.
Much as I wish it were otherwise, if I fear Bogman is beyond saving, yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond. Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. While Lonnie was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And? And you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gog. And the what-work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave, the clockwork city of Gog was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. While the dry papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed, and then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gog's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. This would explain why there was no mention of Readerana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell the rest of the possibility that we Gallians are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gog? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery of an application of Allagan technology. Always back to the Allagans. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Readerana Lighthouse stands atop what is left of that necklace. Where did you get it, girl? It was my mother's. Your mother's? It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask? Bagman had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears. And what are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother? Neither! I spoke of their similarity, that is all. Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's for that matter? I apologize, Father. You have but one purpose, son, and that is to prove the existence of Ivalice. Clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now we have a lost city to explore. Reader on a lighthouse!
I mean, do not get me wrong, this Ramza is cute, but... Can we smack him already? Smack some sense into the boy. Hashtag not my Ramza. Right? Are you joining, Alex? Ah, Alex is on as Valkyrie. I feel like I should play tactics or something one of these days. He is a jerk. Ah. Oh, I didn't know they actually had a mobile version. You have my attention. Aha, I do see something here that I might actually play. I won't be able to play it on stream though. Which, because... I know some people want to see me play some of this. I will go to the bathroom. If Alex isn't done by then, I do have to say I'm going to be going ahead. So I'll be right back, guys. I do need to do a quick bio. All right, I'm back. How we looking? You ready, Alex? Nagi!
Scurry and scatter.
Drexy, hello, welcome in. Anyone else want to join for Rita Rana Lighthouse? We still have spots. I think Nagi's still at work. Yes, that's the math boss. Math boss. Let's go.
had a feeling you were still at work. Quick maths, yes. You gotta remember your prime numbers. Ah, that's fair. Well, I still will have the final one, Orban Monastery. So I can catch some of you for that one. We are good to go then. What I will do once we're done... Yes, remember that 1 is not a prime number. Let's hope this queue goes fast. Yes, same brain. But you're almost off, aren't you, Nagi? You have like an hour left. Like, or I should say like 45 minutes. Excuse me. And then you're off for 3 days. What in the hell is that? Whose emote is that? I'm curious. It's cute. I still want to punch this kid. I still do. Lonnie's just a hair taller than him. While I'm waiting. Where to go? I don't doubt that. He was a good boy. That I don't doubt. I want to punch that Ramza. Is that gonna be like the new thing for this stream? Hashtag not my Ramza. Anytime we have somebody acting like an asshole, it's hashtag not my Ramza. Apparently. Why? The circle with a line through it. Oh, Nightbot, what have you done? Did it change it anyway, though? Stream Elements did, okay. Okay, I got signed back in. Oh, that reminds me. I need to do a thing. I know. You need your seat piece. I need to thing. It's gonna say he got Nightbot got a sub. But I had to. Right? That one I had to because it needs its access to the emotes for things like it needs its access. Because that don't work as well when it doesn't have access to the emote. Or did I get rid of... I did get rid of the other one. I need to fix that. I need to fix that one. Would somebody try the exclamation mark boss again? There we go. I like it better with the 4 of them. Well, it does have the better cues, but there was a problem with being on Ether earlier, Nagi. Wait. Why did it do that? Did you try to catch something earlier, Nagi? I'm doing that.
Ah, okay. Gonna go to Central Shroud for a minute. While we're waiting for the queue to pop. Yes. Summon to pop. Yep. Right? They are. No more bowls. Now time for the Void Scent to go. The ecosystem, yes. Lower pass. I mean, you're not wrong. Void Scent you can kill. Okay, so long as it's Void Scent, right? South Shroud. Snake Molt was where I'm going. You're not wrong there. Hi. What about murderous trees? Can they go? Alright. Upper Lenoska, Southern Thanalan, Kerfus,
I don't know Lenoska. I have 2 in Upper Lenoska. Okay. Oh. Ow. At least I'm doing something in the meantime, right? Not just standing around. Which one am I looking for? Sophist? That's Executioner, Infiltrator. Bronze Lake. That's up there, okay. Okay. You do that, Ray. Because this has been an awfully long queue. Possibly. Depends on how fast this gets done. I'm just doing this because I can right now. Not that it's gonna get me much in the way of experience, but you know. You're gonna regret this here in about 2 seconds. That's a name. Hey, look at that. I thought for like a split second somebody was gonna stop and not make it. Seriously, I did. Wait, do we have Thunder Mommy in our group? I see a cat girl Valkyrie who's trying to be a Thunder Mommy. Yeek! No, 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 no. Thank you. Okay. No, I do not wish to stand there. No. Just... I said no! Stop chasing me! I just want to do damage, I promise. I just want to do my DPS job. Can I just do that, please? Please? Stop making me move. Skill issue. Electro has many uses. Watch and learn! Oh shit. Thank you. No. 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 Goddamn.
That looks so cool. Be gone. Ow. Ow. That works. Ow. What in the world?
Defenses are also seem operational. Destroy them, if you must.
It's almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon?
Maybe. Bastard. Get back here. Stay in the middle.
Yes, they need to be separated, people. Who'da thunk? As long as they're not hitting us, I guess that works. Bastard. Center again. I have seen once where the center wasn't the safest spot. Why would you do that, asshole? What? Nuh-uh. Uh-uh. I can't even. I mean, if I was gonna die at any point, that would be the one to do it. My bones! Yes. Can we get these guys as amount? Just saying. What in the world? Do I even want to know? That looks dumb, by the way. That looks seriously dumb. What the hell, Alex? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Don't put us in a corner. Basic computation protocol. Time to start doing math. 7. Specified multiple. No. Multiples of 4, 7, I need 1. Inaccuracies will be punished. Harder in protocol loaded. You've been sent to Tartarus, guys. He's doing the dance. He came back in time for the dance. I love it. Barely, but we did. Hi, babies. It's a baby. It's a baby. Okay, multiples. I don't have to go. I have 3. So many people. Multiples of 4 plus 1. Yay!
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine. Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate! The 16-hour boss fight. Oh my god.
The Empire is a cancer!
And I'm Baba's blade.
I'll tear you limb from limb!
Yep, it'll burn time.
Escape this!
So I have one of my
Sloppy.
One of my friends was talking about doing this fight on 13, and he said it was the hardest fight and most time-consuming fight because there was a chance the boss would just heal himself to full, and then you'd have to start your planning all over again and redo everything. And I just kept thinking that would be the worst fight ever. Yeah.
Escape this!
I died! I didn't get in that! What the hell? I was out! I hate it. Alex!
Like a knife through butter!
Look at what magnetic pole you have and go to the opposite. Just so you're aware.
Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tell you, live from limb! Escape this!
Exactly.
Your pain is my pleasure. You will not have mercy. Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow. I, Agamemnon, shall deliver the king's justice.
Oh no. Get out of there, person. Whatever you do. As we're about ready to get
Feel the wrath of my brothers.
flung into the air. There we go.
You will pay for what you have done with blood.
And now to beat up these demons.
I want to remember this. This is far from finished, Guardians.
Ray got deleted. Oh no, Ray!
Like a knife through butter. Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tell you, live from limb. You will not have mercy.
Oh no. Sometimes you can survive that, but not in this case.
wrath of my
My
brothers!
brothers!
I, the Gamnon, shall deliver the king's justice! My wounds give me strength! Enough! Rush a knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow!
Didn't stop. Made it pop.
You may have escaped me in this life, but I shall be waiting in the next.
Yes. We did it. Read Alana Lighthouse complete. Also, just in case you guys were curious, if you did not know, because I was told this by somebody else. Yep, Math Man be dancing. You can see him down there. Barely, but you can. He's down there dancing. Okay. I'm gonna go hop out of here. We can leave this way. Yep, the math boss is dancing down there. Yep. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go let Gemma out.
Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here unless...
Uh-oh. That's not good. Have a good night, Ray.
Alma. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However, did it come to be in Bogman's possession? Though they are indeed of a different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are aurosite? Aurosite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it, can't you, Hardy? Do you recall me telling you that Bogman considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rathler. He was to return it to Princess Ashlia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress. A family keepsake? Of course, and each necklace, each aurosite has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the aurosite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otis, the vestiges of one's will may endure in an oversight. Could it be then that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice?
Okay.
But who could that have been? Ramza Beowulf. He wanted to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lethila and Gog, you ask? Simple, we are being tested. The oversight is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them. But how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murila.
He's being nice. Quick. Beat him. It's not the same Ramza. Lady Murila, since when did you...
Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course, sister dearest. I have never felt better.
Something's wrong!
I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old gods who once watched over the evolution. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the otias, we can finally prove. Thank you, Atlani. I know not what came over me. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Another adventure under our belts, eh, Atlani? I'd best put pen to paper page before the details fade. Nasalia and now Gog. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove that Lexentale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Jono has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza. At Alma's throat one moment, all dearest, sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, yet I seemed to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, it took him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well.
Nagi! Alright, guys, I'm gonna pass the lead to Nagi because I have a lot of cutscenes to go through. Or if Alex would prefer. Either or. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be going ahead and continuing on. If anybody wants to come join us for Orban Monastery, meet Nagi here in Kugane over by the airship port, and we will get you into the party. And this Nagisa, and I like that. That's cute. That is adorable, actually. I like that glam Nagi. It does. Greetings and salutations, Atlani. I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good geonomist has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. Kind of. The good news is, he has. The bad news, however... Now, while it is not my nature to be a sensationalist, sensationalism is in my job description. So, please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexentale. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? shall prepare the shuttle. Yes, please. The question is then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Lonnie. To what do we owe this unexpected visit? I hadn't planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I was told that something's up with Alma. I apologize if we have caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in their midst. I expect her to report what she sees, though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Muriela. Alma has as of late been experiencing difficulties with her health. Chirurgeons have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Lonnie, when did you... Alma? I'm fine, brother. It is obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me, perhaps we shall speak once I regain my strength. Until then, please look after my father. That's not right. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. The matters of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the Ester Sands, the Damascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be described be the royal city of Lasila, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Ivalice. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Ritorana Cataract, remnants of which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. The Sela, Gog, what have they in common, you ask? I should tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Ivalice, the Durai papers. And with each new discovery, this forbidden chronicle is now proving Ivalician legend to be more fact than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but a matter of time before scholars and historians from across the realm come to say the same conclusion. But as you all are aware, my aim has never been simply prove the existence of Ivalice. No, I shall not rest till I have revealed excuse me, the truth of young Ramza's royal role in King Delita's ascension and cleared my ancestor Oran Durai of the false accusations made against him by the church. Then what are we waiting for? I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I have enlisted the aid of our company's newest members.
despite my pleas to do otherwise. Who knows what the trouble those two will see us into. Though I must admit, both Mont Blanc and his brother have proven more useful than I would ever have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field, or was the furriest in the field. Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? Or would you... And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is just, Kupo. Ah, but you are mistaken, Hurdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contribution. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all too convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivalice actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled in the Durai papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Bailv. If we can find evidence of his hidden role in history, it will prove Oran's testimony true, and safeguard our family name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus to my research to Delita's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about calamitous ruin. Excuse me. Orosite, the twisted abominations we encountered both in the Celia and Gog. The Lasavi. They are born of these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Ivalice's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Orosite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of the armies. And so did they endure until reaching their final destination, the Orban Monastery. Oh, I know this one. Orban's Monastery is where Princess Ovilia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave. After Delita emerged victorious in his campaign, he married the princess and legitimized his claim to the throne of Ivalice. I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza crusade against the Ukavi take him back there? According to the Durai papers, the sinister being who engendered the Orosite was said to have summoned beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph.
Ah, nice.
A seraph? And what's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say. Just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might, there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood, for the carnage she left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Atlani claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact an Allagan interpretation of the very magics introduced by to Hydaelyn by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they yet have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing. The manner in which Ultima ethereally manifests should not be possible, at least not on Hydaelyn. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Allagans learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane. As to exactly how they convinced the being to impart that knowledge unto them, not of this plane. What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I am here to deliver the item Makoto requested. Sid, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle, and trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two don't mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Oroban Monastery. Would that I could. You don't know. Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Mila. The dry papers speak of a cataract situated on the river of Zershel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre, where supposedly lies the monastery. Zershil is not a name you will find on any modern Damascus map. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as Zershil, is established to be are rare in a nation more than half claimed by the sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Gulmore and Nagshia border. And for that invaluable information we owe thanks to our brothers Moogle. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Damascus geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain.
Why, certainly. The verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Vieira.
And therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Vieira do not suffer is trespassers, not even lovable Moogles, Kupo! Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins much like those we've discovered in Lacelia and Gog, but the Vieira trackers eventually found us and took us before their elder. We
Barely escaped with our palms, Kupo.
So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound up for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribe, abandoning their people to come and live in the cities of Damaska. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight into how to reach Orban Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Before boarding the shuttle here, I was stopped by Banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Atlani Suki and bid I deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver that message himself. The man refused. Makoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master said, if any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here it's to your success. Good day. I sense that you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to apprise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Genomus and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of mind fatigue. The answer is clear. It's the aurosite that plagues her. Alma recently confided in me that she would hear her father speaking with the OTS. But before even his first foray into Rabanastre, however, I did not think this entirely true. Which is not to imply that Alma is deceiving us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the aurosite. Moreover, I suspect it was the aurosite itself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis on distinct frequency and RR-type harmonic vibrations, and their tendency to promote ethereal amplification? Or when I mentioned that despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the OTS exhibited none of the imprinting present in the Duma? No? The OTS has never resonated with Jonas. Jonamis. It has always been his wife's pendant and its aurosite shard, the Virgo, that fueled his passion for Ivalice. No, the OTS is bound to Alma's deepest desire, whatever those may be. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the aurosite's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Argoth and Bagman. That and the ethereal interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all of this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means with which I might impede or at least lessen the effects of the OTS. This device while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the OTS, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effects. city below is all abuzz with word of a Bongan brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo?
I'm glad you enjoyed your food, Alex.
Wagi. Apologies, Atlani, but I need to speak with you and you alone. Oh, don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. What makes you think I won't lay you low right here and right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what? We need information on Komor jungle, and thought a man as well traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. More? You of all creatures should know that is Viera land. What are you offering then?
Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Genomus believes your next adventure lies beneath this jungle canopy, Kupo.
I should have expected as much. Very well, Lonnie. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Genomus as well. Seeing as you and the principal did right by us, I do not see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you're ready to depart for Rabanastor. We'll travel in our airship. The Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention.
Gotta love these cutscenes. That'd be so cool. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we?
Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds. But when faced with the decision of what to do next, we just needed simply to remember the dying words of our leader. Kajuk and Renuk and I decided to re-enlist in Damascus Fusiliers.
And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo?
Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Dolman liberation, how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The Resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet, much to the Empire's chagrin, the gruesome display only served to further rally the survivors. Remove one head and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lentes Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of our recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you.
Me, but I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo!
Not you, hairball, her! Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Lonnie. If you're not interested, we shall return you to Kugane unharmed. You have our...
Curl got your tongue?
Rabanastor dead ahead, lads.
because it's flapping its wings, but I keep thinking, shouldn't the Moogle not be moving with the ship? Because, I mean, it is flying. Ooh, puppy got a stick. Got a bully stick. You want under? Go on. Wait, you're a baby girl. We've many malms to cover before nightfall. Excuse me. I've done as asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought she'd be taller. Nice. I knew it. Aviera. I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Vente's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am Aviera. Are you surprised? Why, yes, in fact, I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Akupo. There are supposedly a few who have left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one here in this sewer. Indeed. This Bonga claims you seek Orban. Does he speak true? Those ruins lie deep within the Gomor jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense were you to defile it with your presence. Right time to come back, right here. Right, Rexy? What is more, Bwagi tells me you travel with Galleon, openly aiding those who would see our nation burn. How can we place our trust in one who would do such? Genomus and his family have defected. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Genomus does not approve of the Emperor's warmongering. He wants to help Dalmasca and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Damascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there is no need for threat. Looking respectfully, You are right, Bavagi. Let us then parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men. Men and women from the Eosian Eastern Alliance to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to both the leaders of both. They will listen to you. Or if not, they will listen to these scions to which you claim your allegiance. Right? The second, the resistance requires gold. Gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the East Aldonard Trading Company, which continues its dealings with Garlemald even as you raise your swords against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of those profits.
Grant me these simple things, and I shall personally guide you safely to the ruins of Orban. And what of the Lexan tales? Deem me the victory, and I'll take the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? Promise me first my companions will see no harm. I'll promise you nothing, but if it helps you sleep, know that I have never cut down a man who did not take up arms against me and mine, be he Garlean or Eorzean. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Luagi, you and the Fusiliers are to accompany the Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how my demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess.
Uh-huh, sure. I see somebody reading a book and somebody staring at their phone. What an adventure, Kupo. Just think, by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Damascus Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! Why am I not surprised? Are we sure Val is actually looking at that book right side up?
This woman asked much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude.
Doom scrolling on Twitter.
Each tribe has its own strict code, and while met swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend their entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. While the tribes are wholly independent, they have agreed to uphold a single standard: shun all contact with the outside world unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation, there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom's cities. My guess is that this Fran is one such individual.
I skipped over that by accident.
It seems that Lonnie's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of a diplomat if we're to convince the Alliance and East Aldonar trading companies to grant us aid. What could go wrong?
Actually, I have an idea about that. I have some calls to make. Gemma, what are you doing?
Yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. All right, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Gemma, chill! What is your issue, baby girl? Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over link pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar, post haste, and I shall duly apprise you of their judgment. Yes, she's being psycho over there. I guess I have to go down to the Ruby Bazaar. Well then, Lonnie, what are we waiting for?
Keep thinking this guy's like doing an invisibility act.
I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer or three of gil should be a piece of Rolandberry cake. Ah, I suppose we should inform Bawagi down at Kugane Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us.
Now they're dancing out here. What the heck?
So you have an answer from the East Aldenard already. Impressive. It would seem that the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence amongst the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then? Why should I? After all, you've been told to keep an eye on me. Not that I'm going to do anything foolish. But after all, people. Very Yuki. Da-na-na-na.
Nothing like a psycho dog.
Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Atlani? A lovely lady and a banga. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Atlani. Ah, but excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Gugane. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tataru! And I am Yukiri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to ahem. Bwagi, was it? I serve Lord Hien, rightful ruler of Doma, and I've come bearing all nations' reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I'm only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I am Bawagi, formerly of the Damascan Royal Fusiliers. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin then. While the East Aldenard Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to grant you the funding you seek. As you are aware, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Higangashi, the East Aldenard Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, well, you must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor the group over another. Seeing as we conduct business openly and freely with everyone, doing such would be sending the wrong message, ultimately harm profits, yes? And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits while good men and women perish. How convenient. We are a business, milady. We do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance and their noble efforts to safeguard the realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial agreement. If it were my choice, I would provide your little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Atmani knows all too well, it is not my choice. Fluffy tail gang. I'm not a fluffy tail, though! Well, now that Hancock thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide us any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined your proposal, claiming an unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Hien sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. This includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastor. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive until another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma as a full-fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos could prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse your aid to Lente's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Hien's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out. You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise, thank you. Wait, what about the Gomorrah jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Genomus will not be pleased.
Hi, Hancock, thank you! Even if you sometimes still deserve a smack. Finally, Psycho Dog has died down a little bit. The picture over in the corner is Pout Dog. Because she was pouting this morning. Oh no, Nagi died. We're almost to Orbon Monastery, guys. If you want to come join us on Crystal Goblin. If it is as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all one could ask. Still do not understand. Why would Lady Fran send Lonnie on this wild Paisa chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Boggy mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove to be both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is often the best medicine. Naive and stubborn? Then the resistance is doomed! If a person is imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Mont Blanc. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make some truly difficult decisions. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the resistance before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, Defector. The door was open. And you would be... I would be here on orders from the leader of Lante's Tears. Against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran. I presume? I'm Jonas Sen Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Troupe Company. You and your colleague are most welcome on the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled. And for that effort you are to be compensated.
That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramza, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I've slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It appears you once again prepare to leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Lonnie. Lady Fran is strong, but then again, so is Bogman. Ah, if you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There's no need to worry. Mikoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Shawland has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. Where would your mother stay if I allowed aught to befall you? Mother? That is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Ivalice or the Aura name. No, you only seek to use the Aura site to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that, and you still do not understand how exactly it is that the shards translate one's desire into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Aura site. Ultima has bid me to come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal unto us the secrets of her creation. Do you hear what you're saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Randa back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late. I am so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me?
Right?
Do not concealed. Do not be concealed by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me, Rom. Alma! No, no! Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power within those things. No one! Alani, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come. We leave for the Gamora for jungle now.
sure it wasn't planned.
Have your permission to depart. Have I your permission to depart, Amani? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she. Of course. Then hold on. I've set engines to full speed. Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some.
You see, I wish we could see more of this land.
Alma! Hamza, help me. Alma! Be gone!
Be gone.
Alma! Ramza! Blood of the Invokers, fulfill the ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. What chest? Wagi, to me, this girl is not well.
Might I suggest we continue this back on the Prima Vista, Kupo?
Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way, Kupo.
The other Ramza. You know.
Now Ramza's gone? Oh, dearest Tia. What have I done? What have I done? We need to do something. But what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I'm sorry, Genomus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlene. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Odyssey. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of its invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Oh, certainly not. I have discovered no such inference anywhere in the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of evolution legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima? Why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo! Ramza, dead? You lie about it as well as you carry yourself in battle, Uran. I did not say he was dead, my lord Dilita. Merely that he had abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Orosite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. He risked life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty as both king and colleague to see him saved. Knight to me, we ride for Orban! My lord, wait! Ajora Glabados, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only one of the lands chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the ether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma? You're unhurt, but I was led to believe none but Oran returned from Orban. What is this you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent that we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Heidelin herself did countless centuries past, imprison Heidelin, Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramses sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land. He believed that if people knew of this sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the holy stones and repeat the mistakes of those come before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as a hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He's gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Heidelin, and for those who would one day, too, heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become ruler of Ivalice. Restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza, don't leave me, please, I beg of you. You will make a fine and just king, Zilita. See you don't stray from that path. Ramza. That's not orosite. That's crystallized ether. The stones in these two necklaces are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza. 'Twas what Ramza wished, my lord. Oran, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? 'Tis but a matter of time before the cardinal and his temple knights grow wise of to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history. But like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journey. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these papers, nor would the church ever allow its circulation. In fact, I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for the words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit, your plan is intriguing, Oran, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life. Uh-oh. Alani! 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? Removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the dry papers, the pendants. It was all set in motion by Oran himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears We now know what the High Seraph meant by blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Highland to serve as her as warriors of light. But why abduct Ramza or even Alma unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Atlani. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Matrons, teats! Alma, how long have you been awake?
I love that line.
I've been a fool. I told our leader that it did not matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General? It's all right, Wagi. My intention was to claim one of these oral sites in the name of the Resistance and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were playing us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. You have every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you, but believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orban Monastery, and ask not in return, but that you let me join you in your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Gomor and Rabanastar. People who may die if this High Seraph is allowed to return to power.
We're almost there. Oh wait, we are there. All right, everyone. I'm gonna do a quick bio once again. I've been drinking water like crazy, so I'm gonna need to go step away for one more second. I'm gonna let this plan still stands. If you want to come join us for Orban Monastery, Rexy or anybody else in chat, we are on Crystal Goblin. Nagi is standing outside the airship portal. Please come join us if you want. I will be right back. We are on an ad break anyway, so we will be right back. Alrighty, guys, we ready? We ready to do this?
This is all my fault. I was convinced it was Ramza, my father, who would be deviled by the Orosite, when in fact it was me all along. You were wrong, Alma. The Orosite held no power over you. It never did. Your concern for your family was justified. For they allowed their desires to cloud their own judgment. You needn't blame yourself for matters beyond your control. But what of Ramza? He's gone because he tried to save me. Please, Atlani, you must bring back my brother. I don't know what I would do if I lost him too.
I'm ready. Go for it. This dude is speed squatting like Zack.
It pains me as a father that I am powerless to save my own son, Atlani. I've asked much of you these past moons, but naught is more important than what I ask of you. Ask you now. Please find Ramza. It was never my intention to deceive you, all right? It was not, until it was. But you must understand that I was only thinking of my people. I have not once held you as an enemy, only as an obstacle. And now that I know that to be false, I hope we can work together to save the land from the terrible evil that draws ever nearer. I will not see the same fate befall the Ganon, befall young Ramza. We must do something, and quick. Oh, we will. I keep thinking I want to change some of these. Oh. My portrait's broke. Why did my portrait break? Excuse me. I'm getting the hiccups. Hopefully we can get through this queue fast. Mender. Repairman. Yes.
cute. There, Nagi. That's a cute glam. I don't remember what that was for. Nor that. I like this glam. I'm gonna see something though with it. Black kitten. I appreciate you making the reference to to Eutrope, but with not actually making her exactly like Eutrope. Uh-oh. That's not good. Wait, what did I do that one for? I love how I have glams that I don't even remember what they're for. I love this one. It's so cute. I feel that. I'm picky too. It suits her so well too. Ooh, I want to see something. Because that's the Shiva one without actually being pretty. Hailstrom Codex. 1 second. Would the Shiva one look better? Exactly, you're cosplay, not outright copying. It's a scholar. That's right, they don't have a Shiva one. Which makes me sad. I already have the Levin one. That doesn't quite work. Ooh! That's closer. What do you think, guys? I'm gonna try it. I don't think it'll work, though. No, that doesn't quite work. I think Thaddeus is gonna be the one. Yes, be cat girl. Yeah, I think I'm going Thaddeus, although that's close, too. How much is this? Holy shit, I don't have the money. Why am I not surprised? I do not have the gill, and this is not my home world. Also, Nagi, what do you think? I love how you do the shock with your characters when they change. Like, I changed and I forgot what my glam was. I still need to find a perfect glam for this. I like this, but it doesn't quite work. It took it a moment to load. Ah, that's fair. I need to level other classes, but I'm gonna leave them alone for right now. It was so fun creating glams for her, although this one's probably not sane either. The only tank class I have for her. Sword and board. Also, I need to finish leveling this, now that I think about it. That might work for her, I don't know yet. Back to the samurai. I don't have many classes for her. Hopefully soon this will pop. I know, right? It might not, though. It's late enough. This may end up having to be a next stream kind of thing. I know what I could do, though, while we're waiting. That one I'll use the token for. Yes, we could. I'm just gonna get this
started. Alani, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Ralgus Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial hands and that it was shackled with some very distinctive looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself.
Right, I haven't unlocked the fractal continuum in the beginning. Fractal continuum hard. The unlock for fractal continuum hard. I didn't unlock fractal continuum yet on this character. Surprised? Aye. So were we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? I will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agree to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Yes, you will have to, but, and then we'll get started on roulette here in a second. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues. Not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know, I am a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. You are enjoying this way too much, Nero. Then I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind where anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. Thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was the agreement. Look, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. Lucy! Hey! I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures represent an unsuitable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance. Him give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Tisk tisk, as much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Atlani. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during the encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided.
We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend?
Sure.
Then it's settled. Chief! We have a problem. The etheric concentration levels at the yawn are soaring. All readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, and Lonnie, I need you with me at the yawn. To the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance. All right, Chief, watch yourself out there.
March.
Am I to stay and mind the shop too?
Well, I am over at Rolger's Reach right now.
Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight, but before you fill the room with a maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicable lavish fee, the Ironworks creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through Oligon ingenuity. Breach this contract and I'll have my pawns of flesh.
The three of them run off, Nero is just meandering.
I have a passed out psycho puppy.
I can flex a little bit. I just want to get this part caught up. Send him or Nagia till. Either or.
What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our precious has been busy. What villainy is this? slumber sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end. Yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another, our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh gods, what's happening?
Alpha!
Chief, get out of there! You're not dead. Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it were some sort of illusion. "'Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life. Yep, that serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Ow. Well, whatever it is, it's gone now. Well, this peculiar thing remains.
Quest?
If it looks like a chocobo, and quests like a chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo.
Our fave little chocobo. Alpha.
Yep. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Quest?
The way it quests isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo. Trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are all about this size, aren't they? I suppose. Aye, alright. Let's go with chocobo then. So cute. Thy mistress's blessing expendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well, as this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Eloni, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? It's Midgard, Solma. What? The Midgard, Solma? Who fought and fell at the Battle of Silvertear Skies? And here I was content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the Father of Dragons does have something you do not. That being relevant knowledge, there is much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origins. It first appeared and records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Olagon Empire reached its zenith. And said records had but the one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Olagons enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. It was always assumed that the Olagons built it, and had I no reason to believe otherwise. And I had no reason to be otherwise. But now Midgard Sormar tells us that it's not even of our world. Just so, it haileth from another star. More than that I will not say. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plain below this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet, being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the seven hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have naught to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Hydaelyn, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So you, really can show us around inside the hole, can you? Quack, quack! Yeah, you want to keep an eye on things. Okay, I'm gonna hop out really quick, get this, solo instance underway, and then we can go do, roulettes. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna get Omega unlocked, I have the Orban Monastery unlocked, we go do roulettes, and we get both of them. Let us begin. That's how this works, right? Aw, that's fair. Uh-oh. Not good. That's okay. It's alright. What? What is this place? I mean, that's fair. What's wrong with us? I can see straight through me. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Blip. Experiment? If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. Uh, we're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. Blip. It seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? Alright, what should we do? Alright, let's consent then.
Challenge accepted.
Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. Looks like some manner of tower or egg.
You knew it was coming, Nagi. I'm doing Omega. Oh no.
The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. The assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities, you mean when you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with an existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must temporarily be transferred to you. Bleep bleep. Ha! An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I am sure you agree. Let's go. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Beep. Existential authorization transferred. Subjects are ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed.
Aha! Let the fun begin. Wait, this is fun, Nero?
It's different to the ones from earlier. Take the lead, Lonnie. Something's happening with the cube!
That leaves just the enemy. And I have to wait for everyone else to go first. Right, the same approach as before. Oh, wow. Sometimes I wish their little side conversations would show up over in chat so you can see what was said. Right? All right. Because we don't have enough issues.
My way.
Right? Exactly. Out of my way. I love how they're flat out immune. Just like, they don't even care. That's our goal, the Delta Escape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that it's groups objects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that a far greater challenge awaits inside these egg-like objects. Our fellow test subjects most like. But I'm not certain what to make of that castle. Could it somehow be connected to the subjects? Queh. Alpha. Alpha, but hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one or the other of us be translucent? Blip. Subjects confirmed to have arrived at Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations. You are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and furthest removed from myself. Nonetheless, you are now full-fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal life forms, you need not undergo a development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we're supposed to do exactly? You are to enter the Deltascape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, the strength in numbers will not be
Acknowledge there is a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. Blip. Excuse me. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted, eh, Garland? Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here. It's somewhat cobbled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we will wade through this mire of mysteries eventually. Of that, I have no doubt. Right then, what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being, but we do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even its exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Deltascape. Well, Alpha, certainly seems keen, though it might be best if you left the fighting to others, little one. What? That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend? Leave it to me. This promises to be a most entertaining foray. I would not dream of missing any part of it. You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were laying around and shall extract all the information I can from them.
Quack quack.
'Tis a pity none of us speak Chocobo. I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfer his authorization to us prior to engaging in combat. In which case, Atlana, you'll need him to accompany you into the Deltascape. See to your preparations and proceed whenever you are ready.
Quack quack.
Alpha appears eager to proceed. You may enter Deltascape version 1.0 whenever you are ready. Accessible. Let's go. We have it. Alright, invite please. And let's go. Nagi is amped up to get going on Omega. Omega first, then top. As Nagi quickly hits the escape button. I'm kidding. You know this. I'm kidding.
I knew that was coming. Nagi would quickly hit the I am out of here button. If we went and queued for top. Not that I can on Lonnie anyway. We can't do this one with Lucy. We would just have to do roulettes. I thought I saw your M5, Glam. Or did you change it? When I did M5. Oh yeah, I need to switch to Pally. Go for it. Because my paladin's only level 66. Ah, well, looky here. One sec. I'm braiding my hair really fast. Will do. And take stance. Kinda need that. No, 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 no. I might have to call it after this. I'm getting tired. Come on, guys. It's been a long day. Long, busy day. No worries, Lucy. You're good. Figuring out how to new class is always hard. We get that. man. Ow. Armor hurts. Keep leaning forward and it's not good. Calcabrina. Stop throwing your temper tantrum. Huzzah! You got Kalka. Aren't you happy? Okay, guys. I was gonna keep going, but I'm yawning like crazy, so I think I'm gonna call it here. And it's 1 a.m. my time, so it's definitely time for me to call it here. Who do we want to go say hi to tonight? Manic is on, but I think he's doing... Bio's on. Todd is on. Let's see. You're welcome. Thank you for tagging along. Let's see. Who do we want to go say hi to? You know what? We're going to go say hi to AJ. AJ's currently doing some 14, and it looks like she's doing some PF shenanigans, so we're going to go say hi to her. Let's see. Thank you all for stopping by. I will be back on Tuesday and be doing some more fun on there, on here, actually. Love you all. Be kind to yourselves and to each other, and we shall see you all on Tuesday. Night, everyone. Tuesday, yes, on Tuesday.